All right, welcome. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it for the Wayward Ones, session 36.
Yeah, super lost.
Noodle arms.
Surrounded by Fae. Yay.
Yes. We're very excited. Okay, so what happened on the last session? Well, we had kind of the demand of Sultoric, and that was met with what was the proper word to use is a sacrifice, right? Something that they, as a character, through the conversations of all of you, was that you all had love and had a place to go to. You had a home, right? So you're pulling on the heartstrings as well as the connections, perhaps. And the overarching kind of concept of Sultoric was that like they act in restoring like balance and things, right? That's like the whole purpose of this like creature, right? So what you almost won was this like argument that was undertone and that you all wanted to restore that balance and then being brought to your own time would do that. It's the argument you all were kind of stating in that regard. So then Sotoric went through and uh through their own knowledge and through their own mind and came to a conclusion that they could actually put you back, but in so doing would have some harm to their time, perhaps. Right? They would have to expend a great deal to do this, and they were unsure if they could even still do it. Right? They still were on that skeptical side, but nonetheless, they gave their effort and they tried, and they were successful. You're brought into your time at the same date and time of your current on the other side, so essentially just traversing through a wormhole, perhaps, and just getting onto this other time. And then the Satoric there understood. They figured what it was that the other one had concluded at a rapid pace. They then teleported you to where you wanted to go, knowing that they were trapped down there. So things happened a little bit differently to the crumbling of this tower and the destruction, and that things had been trapped. The Toric's chamber down here had been trapped, and so they placed you in where you would like to go. We discussed the Muckluck. Then we were met with aggression. The frogs had stated that the king was dead. The king was 8. And that the hostilities, perhaps towards intruders or foreign folk, would be met with, right? That's why it was met with that aggression, because of that situation. Not that they attacked you on sight, right? But they now were not being like coerced by the shinies, right? That was not now on the radar. The radar now was, restoring their people, restoring the balance, or maybe it was just freaking out. Doesn't matter. You all proceeded to go to another step, which was mentioned as the altar of flowers, and that is where we had an event that transpired in the night. We had the black dragon Grugash flying overhead, crashing through the trees, and then had Soren clutched within their talons. By the act of all of you and some heroism, Soren was spared, brought back to the party. One of you made an argument to potentially kill the one who decided to tell what's Dimension Door up there in the back. We had a whole little thing about doesn't matter. It's in the past. And Soren was spared. Now, while that was kind of happening up there, the talons and in the air, right, the bat emerged. And at a distance that could not have any hostility towards it. So this psionic kind of telepathic speech that it does was essentially kind of striking a bargain, right? So now we have a difference of time, perhaps in the last time where that was portrayed as Grugash being, relentless and murdering and yada yada. Now all of a sudden there's some sanity here, perhaps a bargaining, or perhaps it's just more part of the insane plot of the dragon. Who knows? Regardless of that what was said and that what was done by the bat in the command of the dragon. And it was a surrender, right? And the same thing we just were repeating. Surrendering the stone, like this whole thing. So the bat then left. You all migrated yourselves with Soren. Istrael, you had a little bit of heart to heart with Soren and understanding how they got here and a little bit of why they have got here and some of that. It's not really fully explained. They seem to be, lost perhaps in their own thoughts and jolly and these overwhelming emotions and things, which is still somewhat happening. But we got to the altar of flowers, and that's when a tree emerged. We had little winged creatures, fae, that came outwards, which were flying around, and there was plants that just turned into humanoids. We walked into a boulder. We were wrapped and choked by a flower, and then we are here in a grove, and you are in the Dome of Vine. Now, I shortcutted all of that because it's as crazy as it sounds. It sounds absolutely insane when you say it out loud. So I shortcutted it so it doesn't sound too bad. But you're in here, and there's a pool of water. There's logs. The vine dome has been closed. You were blossomed from these flowers, surrounded by these kind of interesting druid folk. There's a whole community here, and you're understandably unsure of where you truly at, except for the fact you're underneath a giant, enormous motherfucking tree. And a person was in here, and they explained themselves as Matriarch Yslina. They then saw and notable that you seemed to be kind of confused and whatnot, and they allowed you all, after blooming fruit and blossoming it with purple and pink cackling lightning, they then emerged themselves into a flower and have disappeared, giving you all the chance to heal, rest, and eat to your heart's delight. And that is where we're going to go ahead and start up.
So did anyone get a vibe off of that, or do we just trust things and eat through the mind?
The vibe I picked up from last time was that she definitely wanted us to drink from the water.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. So in the mind link thing, I guess I'm going to say I would highly recommend not eating or drinking anything here
Do we have a way to check if it's
that they gave us.
fine?
I can make sure just in case anything's suspicious. And I'll wave my hand a little and just cast detect poison and disease.
Okay. So throwing off your detect poison disease, kind of spanning the area, particularly on the vegetation, perhaps on the fruiting stuff and things. It's going to give you a template. You can just right click away. You don't have to set it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you're kind of creating that effect. And it feels that nothing here is of poison or disease. So nothing is filling into the quota of your reception from the spell. So it's coming back to you. Everything seems to be safe.
Everything's fine. Sure, it was like a bad feeling. Might have been maybe benevolent.
I don't know. It seems odd that she felt that insistent about it. But that's me, and I don't trust anyone. So
Well, she didn't outwardly insist. I know you are an expert when it comes to reading. However, there are times when we do really want something. It might not be nefarious.
yeah, but I don't know why she wants us so badly to drink this water, and I would prefer to know that before I drank it.
Well,
Can you guys hear me?
We can ask. Yep.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Mikey.
Sweet. Now I agree with you. It's this whole place is kind of weird, and yeah, a bit insistent on the whole food stuff. Who knows what they put in it? I mean, on the one hand, can't be as bad as the crap that we ate over at the Muckaluck's place, but could be bad in other ways. Yeah, not about it.
It could be an implicit deal that we're making with them.
So, have we checked for any forms of magic on it, or poisons or something?
Oh yeah, I just detected the whole entire vicinity around us. Nothing is poisonous or has any effective disease. It's all safe. So that's why I was wondering. I don't know. Maybe she might have actually just been honest and really just wanted us to be fed and well. So I'm just if everyone doesn't want to, we still have a lot of rations. I believe we can have our own, but I don't really know where we're at right now as well.
Unless somebody wants to be a guinea pig.
I would
I
be
vote
fine
no.
volunteering for guinea pig. I mean, we want to negotiate with them, obviously, and negotiating in good faith would, we don't want to offend them, but yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying we want to negotiate with them, and if they clearly want us to do this, if maybe it's some kind of tradition or something, I don't know. We shouldn't go out like offending people just before we negotiate with them. Traditions and whatnot.
Yeah, I thought the same. It might seem a little rude.
And I mean, we've already checked. There's no magic or poison. I'm surrounded by people with healing potions, and there's none of them obviously in the room. I volunteers tribute.
Well, I don't know. Speaking of negotiations, we did all notice that that black stone that she had on her fancy little staff there, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That seems to be the obvious thing we're trying to get here.
Could be.
How the hell are we gonna ask, politely or otherwise?
In the mind, otherwise, maybe we can use the new item that I obtained to maybe rule it in our favor if it doesn't come in our favor.
I am strongly opposed to using that unless it's a dire circumstance. I mean, if it does come to it, we should. But
Well, I mean, coercion in any way, shape, or form, whether it be magical or otherwise, definitely not going to be our most preferred course of option here. We are definitely on their home turf. We don't know what kind of weird juju is in all these. I don't know. Hell, it could be in the walls, for all we know. So definitely got to tread lightly.
for now, I don't think we know enough. I'm just gonna try this. If everything works out, everything works out. Let's just see where this goes for now. Right now we know like nothing. Then Costas is gonna try a bit of the drink, and things provide for him.
You're gonna eat the food or drink the water first?
Let's start with the water. Tiny sip, and while he's doing it, he's crossing his fingers.
All right. So you walk over to the pool and you kneel down and begin to cup the water, bring it up to your mouth and drinking it. It has a slight sweetish tinge and taste to it. You eventually eat, and as you kind of make way towards the food, you just kind of stop, and you're flooded with not only the words and whispers of the grove, but also slightly the memories. It seems you've connected into a hive mind-like web filled with many individuals. And as you're kind of taking it all in, you're swaying from side to side from the overwhelming effect. And eventually you're able to isolate and be yourself and your own. It's clear that they are just as easily connected. You are just as easily connected to them as they are to you.
Don't anyone drink this.
Well, how you feeling there, bud?
Wow.
Yeah, what's going on?
I don't really know. This is.
Could you be a
Michael,
little
would
more
you just-
specific?
Yeah.
Would you describe this as more of an out of body experience? Like, would this
That's
be
up
like
to you to
good
roleplay.
or like
I can.
bad?
That's up to you to roleplay. All I can do is describe it to you. At the source of the web appears to be a great power, like a great source of energy or power. That has been remarked through the memories as Talus, the tree.
You know that feeling when like you and another person are like on the same page exactly? Like, you know, when you have friends and you can finish their sentences?
Not really.
I have literally no idea what that's like.
Okay, I guess not. Well, it's like that, but with a tree.
The tree.
What?
In my
What?
head, to everyone but Costas, I'm going to say the evil tree that Paxina told us about.
Like, everything here, kind of mental link has been established. I don't know. Can I try to tell if they have any control over me or if they can just read my mind?
But that's something that you would not be able to discover unless you attempt to do something unless you attempt to do that to another individual. But as far as you can tell after closing your eyes and working off the mass of individuals, it seems really it's just the collective memories. It's not necessarily controlling you.
Can I fuck around with it a little bit? Like, you know,
Okay.
try to see where I'm not gonna try anything specific, but just like try to see what the limit, like try to feel out what the limits of this are. Like how does it connect us? Can I? It's like a delay between memories. Like how deep is it? Like are some things blurred? Like kind of stuff like that.
Okay. So as you're funneling through, shifting through the memories, voice begins to echo outwards, Matrix, Lina, in direction of you. You have drank the water. That is good. I'm sure you are overwhelmed. As many are for their first drink.
First drink. You do this multiple times. Okay.
We all
does-
consume the water of Talus, and it connects us together in mind, body, and spirit.
I see. So you guys are all like one being?
No, we are individuals with commonality. We choose to share our memories with each other so we can usher in experiences. One.
That's a voluntary thing.
It is.
Just quickly, just in case like it was by default set, so he shares his memories, he's gonna go back and be like, not that, not that, not that, to like everything he's ever remembered. Just thinking, yes, I don't. Basically, like that's.
You cannot suppress your memories from the collective. All of which you have experienced in your life has now been shared with each and every connected individual.
Costas is just remembering every embarrassing moment in his entire life right now. Like he has that moment that like his mom caught him out drinking, like blackout drunk, like just probably like the time that he like what
Do not
just like
fear. I can feel it from you. We do not simply go probing into the minds of others unless they wish it to be known. You all are guests and visitors. We will not intrude.
I see. Is there anything more than memories in this connection? Like can you control each other to an extent, or is it simply
No.
speaking?
It is simply communicating and passing experiences, feelings, and memories, as well as communing with Talus.
I could see how this could be useful, but I really feel like you should warn people before.
There is nothing to warn, as there is nothing to fear.
Oh, okay. Don't fucking drink it.
Don't drink it. Yeah, okay.
I feel like Lucas is having like an existential crisis right now as like a player. Just like hyperventilating, really struggling with this.
Just because I know for a fact if someone was in my memories,
Yeah.
I'd be like running
tell.
out of state. Just like,
Yeah.
oh, I've
I
done
could-
so many embarrassing things in my life.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So you're whispering to them not to drink the water.
I'm not whispering it. I'm just like kind of covering my mouth and like making like looking around, but like it is pretty loud.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
It's
So,
hive
hey,
mind.
what
It's
hive mind?
you guys. Let's read each other's memories.
Hmm.
Is reading your memories?
I think so. Yes.
No.
I mean, I don't know if they
No.
have, but I know they can.
Hard pass.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
means they definitely did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a whole mind link up experience before. Good did not come of it.
I
I'm out.
mean, actually, of all the people here, maybe Dirty Joe should do it. I'm kind of curious what his memory is like. But besides,
No. Absolutely not.
No, you don't need to know
yeah.
his memories.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I mean, the part with the giants was kind of cool, but yeah, there's some skeletons in that closet.
Okay, now that I can read their memories, I'm not gonna try to find anything that'd be considered like rude or like hostile to find, but I'm gonna try to figure out the general idea of what's going on with like here from the memories. Like I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna try and go around. Like for example, you mentioned they all look female. Like I'm gonna try to figure out why that is. I'm gonna try and figure out more about Talos, more about the general like druids like as a whole. As much information as I can that could help us.
Okay.
That
So it's
would
gonna
be useful.
take a while to parse that information. So probably just gonna sit out for a little bit, kind of coerce and work. I do need you to make a wisdom check.
So not a saving throw check.
Not a saving throw. It's a check.
Good. $17.
Okay. So sitting down, telling party probably of what your plan is, right? Just begin to parse through and taking time. Soren now is speaking. Wow, that is awesome! Are you serious? Memories? Israel? Really?
Yeah, I suppose you want to partake.
No. Memories are sacred and secluded. I kind of want to. I'm feeling it. But I think we should let your friend figure it out what they're doing. And of course,
Probably the smart choice.
I've only just been saved, so don't really want to walk into another mess that might require more saving. Even though I know you love to do it, Israel.
Oh. So we didn't really get to talk with her much, did we? Perhaps there's some common ground between us and them that we can find to discuss that stone.
I'm
Oh.
not exactly sure.
Also, the
unless
moment that he
Cassis finds
mentioned,
out more.
the moment that he mentioned stone, because I'm assuming I can still hear them, I would also, I don't want to like go probing into the matriarch's memories because I feel like they'd be able to tell that. Like again, if I can do like a surface level probe about the stone that the matriarch was wearing earlier, that'd be good too.
Okay. Thea, you were speaking.
I said I don't think that there's much commonalities we can find based on what Paxina told us. Kalima came from these people.
Well, I, for one, should state that just because of who you are now doesn't mean who you are before. We all change. We're all different.
True, they might not want the marshes to be this way. They might want to see it back to its original glory, the redwoods, just as much as everyone else would.
Also, didn't Kalima get mind snatched by Orcivis? That cursed axe?
No, that was Sylvana.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Well, there were other cursed weapons at play. Lord knows we're in a world full of all kinds of mind control. And, who knows? But yeah, they definitely don't seem to like the undead very much.
Yeah, this is a refuge. They're just trying to help the other Fae creatures trying to get back, right? So maybe that's common ground enough. We help maybe fix the bridge, and with that promise alone or that commitment, maybe we can have a standing to talk.
Maybe we don't put that forth as a commitment as of yet and see if just clearing out the dragon would be enough.
All right. We can table that. I just feel like maybe they're not the worst. You know.
Well, space to be explored a bit. Hey, Costas, maybe ask the possibly evil giant controlling tree what it wants? What's its modus operandi? Does it like margaritas?
I'll take that into account.
I could
I'm
use
gonna-
a margarita right now, honestly.
I could use one too.
Never been my
Maybe-
cup of tea, but
Did we have some? Oh, I love this. I'm sure there's some fruits here. We could liqueur, perhaps. I could make some. Mm?
Yeah, mind control.
Yeah.
Have
well,
mind.
I mean, it can't be the fruit as well as the fruit grows from the
Hey.
water. Perhaps it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
Does
wager
look
so.
good though. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a big bite out of like a piece of jerky. Yeah, looks great.
Have you tried some of my smoked fish tacos?
Well, I had some smoked fish. You offered that to me. Morning.
Well, here,
It's good.
I'll whip you up a taco. I think I still got some cabbage in here somewhere.
Oh, wonderful. What is a taco?
Oh, it's a contraption they use on the southern coast of my home continent. It's you get some kind of flatbread, maybe some peppers. Cabbage goes well with the fish. You can substitute out different vegetables depending on what kind of meat base you have. But suppose y'all have any hot sauce, would you?
No, I don't have any. But this awfully sounds like a sandwich. Are you sure it's not a sandwich?
No. Sandwiches they're the hags of the southern coast tend to hang out on the surf, and they hex people if they take their favorite sun tanning spots. Which, for some reason over here, they use that term for a bread food stack. I still haven't been able to figure that one out.
Interesting. Wow. This is quite the dilemma. Well, make me a taco.
I certainly shall.
Sounds delicious. So
And
what
I
we
make
get
everybody tacos.
pulls out their dulcimer and they begin to plug away. This is all right? Can I play it now? Or?
Oh, yeah, they already know we're here.
All right.
it'd be good.
Plays a soft little tune. Time go by. Casas, we're going to come to you. So you're going through the memories. I'm going to actually go in the order, right, of what you had described. So the first thing that you stated was that you were looking to see like what they're doing here, particularly like what's going on. So you're flooded with the memories of multiple individuals, very similar to like a detect thoughts and just surface level things.
Good job. Great.
David, you're not muted right now. Good job. Everyone get a victory.
Woo!
Yeah!
Way to go, bag of holding.
Way to go, bag of holding. So, Costas, you're flooded with surface memories and scanning different things. And it seems as though that this is a refuge. This is, they have done for many, many years, is they have actually found fae that have been refuged and they bring them to the grove. And they give them food, they give them drink, they give them shelter, they give them clothes and other things. One of the commonalities between these memories is that they don't actually, not necessarily the fae perhaps, but people don't leave this place. So once they come here, they're not leaving. It's not that you can't leave, it's the fact that the people are choosing not to leave. They're finding not only this to be a refuge, but also a home. And it's quite large, and many of these memories span. This grove is miles wide and long, and seems to never have an end. Based on that, the actual druids themselves, the Salinar, are specific in memories to their rites. They go through a series of steps which have arbitrary to their age. It's more about what they experience and who they are as individuals. And one of those rites is actually communing with Talus. And through that communion, the rite is simply to request, usually in the form of guidance. And from that, they are gifted power. So now moving on to Talus, and upon probing the power source and really going in that general direction, the voice of Talus actually begins to speak to you. Hello,
Hello?
I'm Talus.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Question, are you a tree or a god? Or are you like a tree god?
I don't know what you mean by a tree or a god.
Like, are you both? Are you just a really powerful tree?
I
Are you a
don't
god?
know what that means. What is a god?
Deity.
What is a deity?
Being beyond time. Usually with a separate plane.
Time.
And incredible power.
Incredible power. I suppose I could be a deity. I don't know.
I have to
I
say this
definitely
is-
look like a tree, though.
I have to say, you're the second tree I've ever talked to. Well, non-tree and tree. Pretty interesting.
Ah, you talk to trees a lot.
Yeah, there's this one called Sun Tree. You know him?
I don't know it.
Yeah, really. Kind of similar to you, actually. Very powerful tree, talks to people. I mean, this was a lot more choosy about who it talks to, but pretty nice guy. Well, don't mind me. I'm kind of just trying to figure out what this place is. You know, just got connected. Need to like figure out what's going on. You know, like it's a lot of memories to go through.
There is a lot. Yes. They drink my water. They eat my spoils. And in exchange, I give them gifts.
That seems pretty one-sided.
Would you like a gift?
Any strings that come with this gift, or is it just like, you know?
Only request that you stay here.
Man, I love gifts, but I
You
have a
can
lot. I need
drink
to
my
do.
water and eat my food. And be here.
Would leaving mean I'm no longer connected to you like this?
Not necessarily. It's if you choose never to come back.
So
But
if I chose never to.
if you choose to come back and you leave, then you will come back.
So if I chose never to come back, I would be deconnected from this.
I cannot tell you what happens. Or it has never happened.
So no one's ever been deconnected?
The effects of the water and the food, they are temporary. The
Oh,
gifts I provide are not.
well, give me some time to think about it. You know, I just got here, like, what? Like, I mean, it's actually been a while now, but, you know, like, I haven't even been here a day, now you're telling me I need to stay here forever. Like, yeah, I have a family, I have Paylor,
What is a day?
Oh, you see, we are on a giant rock that circles another bigger giant thing made mostly of gas. Now, we rotate as we circle, and every full rotation around that larger giant thing is a day. And on the outside, this will be reflected by it being bright for the majority or about half of that time, and then dark again, then bright again. Once it turns bright again, that is the start of a new day.
This is a strange place you come from.
Yeah, you know what? Do you want me to, like, you know what? Actually, let me send you some pictures. I'm just gonna try and send them some memories.
Thank you.
Cool, right?
These memories are like some of the Salinar that depart, and they come back. Is this where they go?
Probably. But, you know, there are a lot of places they could go. So, can't be sure.
You have as much time as you wish. There is, as you would say, no rush.
Great, thank you. Also, like, just for future reference, could you, like, put up, like, a little warning sign before people drink the water? / eat the fruit?
Why?
Well, I mean, there's nothing bad about it. You know, the effects are only temporary. It doesn't seem like to physically harm you or anything. But, you know, it's a bit, like, destabilizing, you know? What if someone that, like, only had one leg and like peg leg, and like they could fall over when they drink the water if they are surprised. It's purely a caution thing, like a wet floor sign.
Fastest morning light. You are a strange creature.
I have been told that before, yeah. Well, I'll get you back to doing whatever trees do. And I'm gonna keep looking around.
I am eternal, and I will await your request.
For my request? Okay. Back. Then I'm just gonna kind of try and like mentally leave Talus and just kind of keep looking around for stuff.
Okay, so you're looking around. The next part of this, I think, is to the stone, right? Because we had two, and the third was the stone. So the actual amulet is the amulet of the matriarch. That, as they note, it's the amulet that is held by that which has been chosen to lead these people. The person that is chosen to lead these people is given by the right or the request that they make, the guidance that they make. So from the memories that you see is that the gifts are not necessarily, hey, I would like to do this. They're more of like, give me what it will be that will help me do such and such, right? So if I wish to grow more trees, give me what it will be that will help me to grow more trees. And the gifts that are provided by Talus are not something it seems that Talus has any control over. They simply will gift it in any way to accomplish that request.
Wait, if he has
regardless of the consequences.
if he has no
The
control over
matriarch,
it, how can he
before
stay there?
I'm going to keep going. Matriarch before Islena was Kalima. And before that was the bearer of seed, was the very person that actually planted Talus a long ago. The memories of Talus are there. And they show an individual as a young human that nourished the tree to a sprout, to a sapling, and left. The amulet was not ever worn by this individual. The amulet was actually created by Kalima. And the stone was found, not in the grove of Talus. The memories, it does not tell where it was found, simply that it was. Based on this, Salinar and the time that they have existed doesn't make sense. That the individuals of Kalima then Yaslina would have to have been thousands of years old. Memories don't line up with how a normal person should live, nor how time moves normally. You come from. What was it you were asking me?
Yeah, sorry for interrupting.
You're fine.
So if he has no control over the gifts, it does like whole you can't leave just come as like a side part of the gift, or like is it more of like a stipulation he has on? Like how's the
That is for you to decide.
So there's like nothing stopping someone from just taking a gift and leaving?
I can only tell you what Talus has told you. It's for you to decide that. Storytelling is not telling you, right? It is showing. So I have showed you in the voice of Talus and how they would be in their perspective, and you are the one who is able to make that decision.
Okay. There was also the whole all of them were girls thing. Is that just like a side effect of the fruit, or is it just that like a lot of girls happen to?
They are not perceived as girls or boys, nor as male or females. It seems as though they go through a rite or bond to have conception.
Okay then.
And it can be anybody with anybody. and involves the waters of Talus.
I see. Can I go back and talk to Talus for a little bit?
Before you get to that, is anybody else doing anything? Obviously, Costas is cross-legged for a long time. You're parsing through things.
Hey, this is a cool game of Costas and people.
Costas and Talus.
Is anybody doing anything while Costas is in a trance?
I
Cycling
mean,
through?
I'm fighting the urge to draw things on his face, but
I
Yeah,
am
but
interested in how Costas feels about this current situation, so could we go back to that?
Okay, we'll go back to that. So,
I'm messing around, man.
And I'm trying to play a duet with my lute.
yeah, I play with the dulcimers. Yeah, right on. You see, Soren stands up, starts headbanging a little bit.
Hey,
just
man,
getting
I-
into it.
Haven't had anybody to jam with for a while. He's kind of nice.
Moves over to you, sits down. It is nice, huh? Isn't it? More people should play instruments.
I definitely agree.
I'm
Want
just
some more tacos?
thing.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Takes a taco. Israel tacos. They're really good. You should
betcha.
try one.
Enjoy.
All right.
To Istriel, your friend is weird.
You're definitely not the first to say that. But
Soren speaks. Weird's just a perspective.
they,
I'll grow on you. I promise.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, come on. All right. Continue to play. All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna watch Costas, see if he starts foaming at the mouth or something.
All right. Well, Costas, we're going to come back to you then. It seems like everyone's got things they're doing. They're just going to waiting and things. So, Costas, you're going back to Talus, reaching towards the power source. What do you say?
Hey, Talus, you busy?
No.
Okay. I just had a few questions for you, actually. So, from what I understand, these gifts you give, you don't have any control over them. But I just got a notification.
What's up, David?
I didn't mean to interrupt him, but
Oh,
just as we're waiting, Felix would indeed take out his inkwell and ink pen and start drawing. You're clean shaven, right, Costas?
oh no, yes.
I'm gonna draw him a nice goatee, but with handlebar mustache and glasses.
Is it in any specific color?
Black ink.
Oh, you're being so much nicer than I would have been.
Just giving them a goatee, giving them a beard. Start working on it. It's a beautiful masterpiece. It's developing into something that's just absolutely remarkable.
Oh, draw in a booger, too.
Draw a booger.
Yeah.
Adding a little accent to the finish. Continue your work. Making sure every little space is filled. Every follicle of hair is detailed and outlined.
Can you add like acne scarring?
Got me. Yeah, you guys are so demanding. Okay, there.
I'm
Oh,
sad.
yeah, there we go. Oh, I see it. It's a good vision.
It's a masterpiece.
Wow.
Costas, you are not aware of this at all. You're in your trance, cycling through memories. You're out of body current.
I shouldn't have gone out of body with Felix in the room.
This is a choice you made.
I'll have to learn for next time. Okay. So back to Talus.
Balance.
So, from my understanding, you have no control over the gifts. So, where does the stipulation that you cannot leave the grove come from?
Everything that I offer comes with a price. The price is this.
I see. Because Man, I have a lot of things I need to do outside the grove, and a gift would have been very useful. Like, there's like a dragon, like killing Fae and like hunting Fae and things, and would be, I could use all the help I could get.
Zell, if you have something to request.
Oh, no. Okay. I'm gonna go talk to my companions. I hope you have a lovely, whatever your equivalent of days are.
Goodbye.
Peace.
Yeah, the trance. Back in the space, you see is Soren and Dirty Joe eating tacos, playing their instruments together, getting a nice duet going. I would probably say you're just like waiting for this
I'm like,
matriarch. Just like,
I'm just like looking around. No, I'm literally trying to like look at everything, take everything in,
gotcha.
study the battle map, if you would.
Yeah, studying if there was a fight to break out here, where's the best spot to be? I gotcha. With Ala, right? You're just kind of watching and waiting for Akasas to come back. Felix, after your masterpiece, moving away, make sure the thing is put blame and Casas you now come back to.
Okay, now this is very important. Do I notice the masterpiece, or am I
No,
oblivious
you
to
can't see yourself. You have no idea.
it?
There's no mirrors.
Oh, okay. So, I have something very important to say. I'm gonna
Yes, doctor.
Doctor. Okay, I'll ignore that. So I'm gonna explain all I got from them. I'll put emphasis on the fact there's nothing stopping us from leaving, and that the whole mind link thing is only temporary.
Yeah, according to the thing that's keeping everybody here. I mean,
you go through people's memories. There's no overt system stopping us from leaving, and they don't seem to have anything like against us leaving. Plus, it seems like you can only not leave once you accept the gift ship.
Well, it sounds more like you choose not to leave, so it's more like a forced will type of thing.
Honestly, I'm very strongly against taking any like non-friendly action with these people. Like, it's a refuge. They help people. Like, I'll admit the kind of mind blink thing is kind of creepy, but like no one seems to really be against it. They all seem happy. Like,
Well,
who
if
are
they're
we to
told
judge?
up front, unless I misunderstand, then they're entering into it willingly, knowing what's ahead of them. Then that's their choice.
Yeah,
If you want to be hippie on a commune in the tree, go for it.
yeah.
But
Like I didn't see any sign. I mean, I went through memories for a long time. I never saw any signs of people being forced to eat this. I mean, and like again, the
There's
effects are only temporary. So if you take it and like you don't want it to, you could just let it wear off.
process. There's different forms of coercion. Force looks different if applied differently.
well, that's good to know. Did they have the stone? I might have missed it. I was working on something.
Oh, it seems like there's something that probably is the stone based on. I'm pretty sure well, it was Klima who found it, right?
Right.
Michael. Yeah, because it was something like the black stone was found by Kalima. It was found somewhere outside the grove, brought here as an important object. I mean, we can't be certain since I don't think any of them have like run any tests on it to see if it's like a stone that they don't even know about the other pieces. But if I had to take a guess, it's probably the stone.
Oh, hang on. You said they found it outside the grove?
Yes.
If we assume that everybody here has accepted a gift, well, then there's your proof that you can leave the grove.
Yeah. Even some people who have accepted gifts have left the grove. They just have to come back.
unless they just stumbled upon it and brought it with them, when they stepped in them the first time. It's been here ever since.
Well, Kalima is matriarch. I assume she'd been here for a very long time.
So they have it here, or they had heard about it.
They do. The current matriarch has it.
Yeah, it's like embedded in her staff.
Although I
Amulet.
don't know. I have
Amulet.
no idea how we're
Amulet.
gonna get it though.
We can ask her for it.
Well,
Yeah,
it's like
why not ask?
it's like an artifact handed down among the matriarchs. I don't think they're gonna just give it to us. And honestly,
Why
I don't
not?
think we have much we can offer them.
I'm pretty persuasive, man.
Okay,
You
yeah.
are. Yep.
Should I ask the matriarch to come around and you can have a talk with her?
I don't know. What does everybody else think?
Well, before we enter into deliberations, can you suss out or maybe use your little weird mind bondy thing to I don't know, take a poke at that little gizmo that you're talking about? Maybe the stone is just purely ornamental. It's just a part of it. We could swap it out with another shiny rock that looks nicer.
I don't think
Probably.
the stone has drank a liquid.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're using it as a power source or something. That's kind of what I want to figure out. If it's literally just a shiny rock that they added to it, I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to trade for it.
I mean, okay. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Okay. I don't know what it is, but suddenly I feel that something's adorable. It's just a random mood swing, I suppose. But so Costas can just get on his cross his legs and go see if he can connect with the stone.
Okay, so you're going to go, Costas, you're going to go cross leg and you're going to connect with your, right? Like what? Like as terms of the stone, like in what context here?
He is going to try and see if he can read the memories and or somehow connect with the stone the matriarch has in their amulet.
Okay, so you're
Really anything
reaching
like
out.
that.
You're reaching out in the direction of the matriarch to connect with the stone, and as it happens,
He is trying to be
you
very
can
careful
see
not to
the
touch the matriarch.
flowering begins to happen upon the leaf pile. The matriarch reveals themselves from the flower as it unfurls itself, and your memories kind of begin to pierce into the veil in the trance-like state. But the stone is absent of those memories, as I had described prior. It's not any recollection of how the stone was obtained, or just that the stone is placed in possession of the amulet and has been carried by the matriarch. This so the looks unfolding themselves gracefully, the staff, left hand side. Have
Do I
you
know that she got
all had time to rest and to eat?
Yeah, thank you for your hospitality. It's been quite cozy in here.
Michael, I didn't say it. I would have cast enhance ability on me when he went back into that trance.
Gotcha. Okay.
Giving me Eagle Splendor.
Okay. I am warm and happy that you are rested. I have returned to inquire about why you all are here.
You want me to just send you those memories? That'd be a lot faster.
See, as they point the hand in the direction of you, Costas. Costas, you are
I would
met
like to
with the
send them very
voice
specific
of the
memories. I'm trying
matriarch.
not to.
We may have this conversation with your companions.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
As I have stated to your friend, as I'm sure your friend has stated to all of you, we are not intruders into the memories of our guests, but we are suspicious to those that would come here uninvited.
Okay. Well, I'll be frank with you, matriarch. We did come here seeking you out. We are trying to defeat Grugash. I'm sure you've seen him, the black dragon that has been plaguing the land. And in order to do so, we need, and I'll gesture over to Joe. Joe, if you show her your necklace, we need the last piece of this. And we had heard that it was here, and I think it might be in your stone, or in the stone that's in your staff. They're called Essence of Dragon, and they help us defeat these dragons. Now I understand that it's some type of heirloom or legacy of your people, And I know we're asking a lot, but I want to ensure that as many people can survive as possible, and take this dragon out of the woods.
Roll persuasion. Sweet Paylor.
Felix, you monster.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
So it's the amulet. It's a wooden amulet, kind of with beads on the actual string there, and then the stone is inlaid into the wooden amulet. Looks towards you. You move to slay the dragon.
We do. It's kind of what we're made for.
You are made to slay dragons, or this dragon.
Certain dragons, but this is one of them. Yeah.
And the stone would help you in slaying of this dragon. Why?
They have protections given to them by a being that empowers them. I'm not sure if you know his name, but Damodar. And he gives them protection against our normal abilities. We're capable fighters, but these protections make it very difficult to hurt them. The more stones we have, the easier it is to break through these protections.
This is why the many Salinar have never been able to deal a blow to this dragon.
Yeah, without the essence of dragons, and you don't really stand a chance, no matter how prolific of a fighter you might be, because these protections that are in there. But the more powerful our stone is, the easier it is to break through those protections.
I see. The stone is yours. Go with it. What's the amulet? Plucks it out. Holds it out. And slay Grugash. For the Fae to frolic once more. I only have one request in return.
Okay.
You must restore the marshes back to the redwoods. We have seen a change. We have felt a change in the plane that you come from. The magic of the Shadowfell has been diminished. The fog has been lifted. Continue to blossom this change, so that the great Fae who found home here may yet again find home there.
We're definitely interested in that, and I'll share the information that we learned about the Masatra, and the codex that are missing.
No, you will not restore the congruence.
Something different. How would we return the redwood?
The redwoods were here prior to the Thixians. This forest was great, and Talus was birthed and connected to the number of trees that exist. But as we have needed, the grove was constructed, shrouded and hidden away, in a place that no one could come. Only those that had the purest of heart and intentions may pass through. If they did not, they would be destroyed, consumed by Talus. This grove is not where you come from. It is but a place, a construct. I will inform you that the Thixians and the Morsatra that guide them are creatures that seek to destroy us. If you reopen the congruence, bridge the gap between the worlds, restore what once was or what was becoming, we will have no home and surely will be destroyed. I implore you to destroy and dismantle the towers that the Morsatra have created, and perhaps the Morsatra themselves, if they are not brought to reason.
So, the Masatra of the towers, they are under the influence of Orcivis, corrupted by his power. But the one in Satoric, he is free of it. Is there not a possibility of peace between you?
There was peace between our people, but that peace was ruined, not merely by the actions of the former matriarch Kalima, but also of the Morsatra, who led to destroy us, seeing us as unnatural and an imbalance on the world.
Well, I'm a pretty charming guy, so would you be open to the possibility of peace if I could get the two of you to talk?
The possibilities are endless, from the Salinar to them, but I fear you will be met with resistance from them to us. We as Salinar cannot lie. We do not know what that is. The Morsatra can, and the Thixians have. They have twisted and turned like a snake with grass. Go with the stone. Slay this dragon. Try to do what you can to restore the redwoods. And we will seek peace.
So we were to return to Satoric and have a conversation with him. What terms would you accept? And just so I'm informed about what does peace look like for you?
Peace between our people is that the Morsatra will return back to whence they came. Thixians and the Fae may live as they were before the rule and the govern. The Morsatra are to stay. They are to allow the bridge of congruence to happen naturally and without their manipulation. To leave our grove alone and to allow us to grow and to flourish in the redwoods.
I think those are all reasonable positions. We'll definitely take them into consideration. Thank you so much, Matriarch, for the stone, and at the very least, we can bring some peace to these woods.
I wish you luck in your endeavor.
If it's all the same with you, I think some of us would not like to stay here and get a move on to our next objective.
Of course. I will send you back from whence you came. If you are to return, you merely need to go through as you have, and you will happen to come here. A safe haven, central point of the grove. We do not allow visitors to walk amongst the grove freely without going through certain checks and balances. This is the way of our people.
Of course, your house, your rules. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
understandable.
Before you depart, is there any questions you have of me? Or anything else I can offer you to guide you in your quest?
I'm good, but I think our party might have some questions. I'm just gonna go up and grab the stone and then hand it over to Joe.
Thanks there, buddy. Some great negotiating. Miss, if I may, one quick little logistical thing. How do I do the whole some implant portal vortex thing? Spin around 3 times and rub my tummy or something?
What is it that you are referring to?
The way we got in here? You know, the whole choking, bondage, non-consensual vine thing?
It seems that you are describing some serious session of BDSM.
See, that's what I thought. And either you're just playing coy or you have very different ideas of what those plants get up to. I'm just trying to ask how we leave, that's all.
Are shifting through the wisps. And the way they interact with you is only a matter of perspective. They are searching through your mind, body, and soul to find what it is at the heart of yourself. If there is anything left to corruption, you will be consumed. To get back here, you will have to undergo a similar examination.
So do I just ask the ground, or
You merely need to walk through the skies we have in place, and the wisps will come to you.
okay, thank you very much. And
You're welcome.
again, nice digs you got here.
Of course. If you're ever to return, we as Salinar would be very welcoming to your seed.
Good to know. I will bear that in mind. Looking nervously at the rest of the party, he's like, guys, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Question. Did I believe her when she said, if there was anything in you left of corruption, you would be consumed?
Yep. But
Oh
there,
boy.
it's in perspective of what it is to be threatful to the actual grove. You all don't even know what the grove was or what to expect, right?
Mhm.
So in that way, your ignorance and your lack of information would automatically qualify you really for entrance into this place, because you did not mean it harm, because you don't even know what to expect. You don't even know what it is, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah, so it's not
there's
like a
Mhm.
deep soul searching sort of thing. It's like, do you intend harm here? Yes or no?
Correct. It's not searching through to say, okay, are you like a good person? Like, it can't dictate
Yeah,
that. It's more or less like, are you going to put harm into the grove? Are you going to destroy this place or have any attempt to do that? Yeah.
All right.
That makes sense?
Yep.
One question, Michael.
Mhm.
Going off the legend lore that I got off of the Marshes of Unveiling, so everything that Costas had relayed to me verified basically that the matriarch of how Kalima was the matriarch and requested a gift to stop the congruence, and that was her who tried to do that.
That was Kalima.
Okay, and that's what had stopped the congruence, but the scaffold still stood there and everything. And okay,
The consequences cannot be predicted.
okay. I just wanted to make sure I had that right there. All right.
Yeah. Just told in a different light and
Mhm.
the way that they're going through the memories. So, as none of you seem to have any more questions and things based on the quest lying ahead, obviously, Dirty Joe, you're more welcome to connect the stone. But you see as the matriarch now is beginning to move the hands across, left to right. This purple and pink cackling lightning begins to sprout, and the blossoms of flowers begin to emerge underneath you and then begin to unfurl themselves, covering you in a sticky sap-like substance, and they begin to kind of wrap around you and furl you into that. And as that happens, you are brought, as the flowers begin to depart, back to the altar of flowers, holding themselves backwards and falling into the ground, and you are placed outside of the particular space that you have entered in prior. The fey creatures that are around you have perhaps left, maybe going back to hiding in camouflage, and the altar of flowers lingers in front of you. There's a small, I would say, soft rain kind of falling down. I'm going to get some ambiance here, but my Patreon thing quit out. Just give me 1 second. Come on.
As
what's
we
up?
were like kind of leaving, I would have waved and said, "Say bye to Talos for me."
Okay. We're having some Talus love.
I mean, he's a
And
chill dude. It's a chill tree. It's a chill tree.
I connected the last stone before we left.
Okay. So before you left and connect the last stone, you can see that it forms into a hexagonal prism. As it begins to form, it is translucent completely. It also begins to form black draconic scales and drips acid, and a shroud of black sprouts from it at intervals of time.
Ew. Whoa. Yeah,
Like-
handle with care.
Yeah, that suddenly got a lot more evil.
Into the bag of holding you go.
I'm now going to change the date. There's going to be an error, obviously, when I do this, and also change the time.
Winter is coming.
Whoa! Now that was an experience.
That was, yeah.
Yeah. Typical midday shenanigans, huh?
That's
Oh,
typical
yeah.
for you?
I mean, lately.
Least, that's the least mindfucked we've been in like 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah,
That was a really chill tree.
that was actually kind of a nice little respite. I'm glad we got to kick back for a bit.
It actually felt kind of grounded and normal.
Yeah, I will say my
Strangely enough.
after saying that long.
Oh yeah, how are you feeling there, buddy? Still got some mind leeches in there?
Do I? Let me check. What Costas does, whatever it does, feels like to like check to see if he's still connected.
Whatever connection you had prior is no longer there.
Nope, looks like we're good.
Well, that's a relief anyway. Do let us know if you start hearing whispering fairy voices and whatnot.
Yeah, I'll definitely say that. Why do I have to break this shit?
Alright. So we completed the stones.
So what's the
We did.
plan now? Honestly, I don't think that would go so smoothly.
Well,
Yeah, is it complete?
Thea, did you say something? I didn't really. Hear you.
I said, is it complete, or is it still missing parts?
Who knows?
it definitely looks like it's complete to me. I mean, it's got scales and everything. Drips acid. Kind of creepy. I don't think I like it as much now.
Lucas, what are you doing?
Fucking broke my magnetic thingy. I'm trying to.
Okay then.
Don't mind me.
He needs his fidget spinner back.
So weird.
purifying Israel's companion, that we got him, right? That, or is there another person?
That's him. Yep. Didn't even need to purify this time. Just needed to pry him out of a dragon's clutches.
Purify.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you know how we were talking about the other timeline we went to,
Sure. Yes.
right? So
Hmm.
in that timeline, you were actually kind of like a pseudo hero of sorts, where you took down the tower in the center of the marshes. Unfortunately, there was an incident where you maybe died, but then you were corrupted into serving Orsiphus, and it was a whole
I
thing.
died
Supposedly. I
in
mean,
another time.
takes out the amulet. I found this on, well, I believe it was near where your corpse would have been.
Oh my goodness! I thought I lost this camp. That bat attacked me. Thank you. Puts it back on. But this is from another time. This isn't mine. This is like another Soren's.
I suppose that depends on your philosophy.
You know what? Who's a sword? Always a sword, as far as I'm concerned. Wow. Honestly, you all get around. Let me tell you. You all telling stories and tales. Why aren't one of you go to some bard, perhaps? Tell him your tale. Travel the world. Listen, I mean,
Yeah,
you all are
we
fantastic,
gotta-
and I really appreciate everything that you have done. And I'm here to join you on your quest to slay that dragon. Honestly, after clean clutch of the talons. I don't know, though, if I could do it. You all were talking about how you all slaying the dragon. I'm not, seems maybe perhaps as competent as all of you. Not even Israel. Israel's been through some things, singing the blade and all of that. My talents are not there, but I can. I play the dulcimer, okay? And I really came here to go home, and all the Fae are in there, but that's not really home, it seems like. It's some other place. And they were speaking of not allowing me to go home, perhaps. Or perhaps naturally going home. It's a very confusing jumble of such. Where do you all sit on the side of this all? Are you with them? Are you with Mosatra? Or perhaps in the middle ground?
Soren, I have a great analogy for you. Have you ever gone surfing?
Have I gone surfing?
Yes.
What is surfing?
So you get like a big flat board, and then you like, you know waves? Like the things in the ocean?
Yes.
So you get a big flat board, you bring it out to sea, and then when the waves come, you try to like ride them. Like to ride the waves using the surf, like using the board.
And you do this for fun?
Yeah, I've heard it's really fun. Never done it myself, but I've heard it's really fun.
Wow,
Have you
sounds
ever
pretty fun.
even seen the ocean?
I'll do it.
Has Costas ever seen the ocean? Michael?
Oh.
I haven't seen it myself. I mean, man, I spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of time in bars with adventurers. I hear about a lot of like extreme sports. So there's surfing, and I've heard about how it's done, and I think this is a great analogy. So basically, we are surfing in a direction. We don't have control of where we're going. We're just kind of, it's happening, and we're going in a direction, and we're hoping we don't fall off. That's kind of what's happening here. That's kind of...
So, does Costas go to a sports bar and watch surfing on TV? That's what I'm hearing.
I think we all know the answer to that.
Nice.
All right, look, I definitely understand not wanting to go up against that big scaly bastard. So, yeah, no hard feelings there. As far as this whole feud between these Fae and those other Fae and that whole history, we do not have a horse in this race. So, like, really,
No, and
it's not my
neither
fight.
do I know, but neither do I. I mean, I'm with you. I have no really stake in the game. I just came here to try to see if there was a way to return home and get the Fae and the reservations and all of the places in Temeria and perhaps across the world and say, hey, there's a way to go home. After the actions of so many individuals that were after hell-bent on power, it
Sounds like a good project for you after we get rid of Rugash.
Maybe. Perhaps so.
I don't know. Othala, what do you think about the bridge and reopening it?
Truth be told, if we can handle both parties and get the Salinar and the Morsatra to kind of make a truce together, I think opening the bridge would be great. There's a war happening currently. I think a lot of people would want to get back to their home, get away out of this.
I'm of the same belief, but I think we need to also have a chat with the Morsatra.
I think maybe something to handle after we
Yeah.
get rid of the big threat.
Yeah, they're more. It's a iffy thing because they're corrupted by Orsibus. Like, yeah, one of the Morsatras were sort of kind to us, let us stay there, but they are still corrupted.
I think it'd be more peace between Satoric and these people.
Well, maybe if we remove Grugash, it'll lessen the Shadowfell's control and Orsibus's control, since his son wouldn't be on this plane anymore. And maybe lessen the corruption on the Morsatra. Yeah, who knows? We just pulling at straws right now, but hopefully things will work in our favor.
Speaking of the big bad, do we want to try to take out his lieutenants first, or just go straight back into that underground tunnel we found?
I was thinking, should we? Well, most things aren't playing out to how we were in the other timeline, but what if we maybe tried going to the Morsatra on the west, and maybe seeing if he'll try to play the trap on us again, and that way we can eliminate Nightwing. And if not, we can still go to the Evrai and initiate that plan that we had.
Yeah, I don't think the tunnel we took earlier is a feasible option. If I remember correctly, in this timeline, that passageway has been blocked off now.
That's what
That-
Siltoric said.
Correct. And even getting back to Soltoric would be completely improbable unless you're able to connect with Morsatra and find some way of gating.
Wasn't Soren the commander of the one of the towers in the, well, not towers, like forts in the previous timeline?
I'm no commander. Oh, previous time.
No, previous timeline.
Yeah, of course. Sorry,
So-
I'm trying.
And in place of him was Nightwing, so, or whatever.
No,
was it
no.
Nightwing or- yeah.
No.
In this timeline, I think in place of Soren would be Sylvana, which means we would have taken down a commander.
Yeah, we already took down Sylvana, is what I'm saying. So
So
then we'd already, that tower, that fort would be empty. So once we deal with the Bat guy, then the only two opponents would be the Bat guy and the Hag, right?
The lady, yes, the South Fort.
So
Yeah,
if
maybe
we go to the West
Yeah.
Tower, like you say, we get rid of the Bat, then we talk with the Ivrai, similar deal to before. We can take the South Tower, and then there'll be no commanders left.
Assuming that it's not changed like how it was, Muckluk were changed, but we can definitely try it.
Mm.
Because they'd be helpful in storming a fort, even if they're just, volleys. But if we don't have it underground, we're looking at like a frontal assault. Then that's gonna be hard.
Could we try maybe sending a message to the Fort Farron and asking for maybe supplies? I mean, the Evrai are skilled, but their supply is in disarray. If wasn't there, I don't remember exactly the state, but these maybe it's different this timeline, of course. But their equipment was highly damaged. They had basically the only thing they had in excess was food. Even if we can't get soldiers here, maybe we could get like a few good bows, so they could be of more help. Or maybe we could ask for some.
It's possible, but you're probably looking at days until they're able to be resupplied here.
Another thing to consider. That Morsatra that sent us here back to our timeline and then presumably died in his own, could communicate with his other selves. You think the mean one can do that too, and therefore might know what we're up to?
Mean one?
Mm,
The one
well,
who let the bat thing in the tower with us.
well, so
I don't
Torek,
believe
so Torek had an artifact that was basically a pseudo spindle. He created something that was reaching a past times. They have the codex in the building, in their towers, but it doesn't seem like they have something comparable to what he had.
Yes, it seemed like Sotoric was relying on the artifact for that, at least from my understanding, and I don't think they all have artifacts powerful enough to mess with time. If so, then
I mean, that's an assumption we're making, but I tend to agree that it is possible but unlikely.
Okay, how about this then? We already know that he's most likely not exactly friendly to us. What if in this timeline, instead of sicking the Nightwing on us, he just calls Grugash over?
well,
That's
I'm
okay.
kind
They
of
can both
feeling
fight
like
him in his
we.
lair. I'd rather fight him out in the open than in his lair.
yes. Plus, before wasn't it more to test us than anything? I mean, it was. I'm not saying he's a good person, but he seems to be as much an enemy of Grugash as us. So,
Yeah, I didn't quite get reading out of him. I don't really trust that guy, and I don't really want to be, I don't know, dangled on a hook again. Who knows
No,
what
when
he's
we
gonna do this
actually fought him, he wasn't actually that hard once we actually were able to fight him.
time? No,
So
the Nightwing's not what I'm worried about. Just that Morsatra. He might just come up with
oh,
more devious ways to screw with us. That's what I'm saying.
well,
oh,
that's fair.
something I should also mention. This is um, I've just if we're fighting Grugash, maybe try to stay somewhat close to me.
Just like to reiterate for everybody's uh, fear to the mind causes having this whole serious conversation with face paint on.
We're right there.
Yes, I recently have gained the ability to make you quite brave in combat. So
Right, but standing together in front of the maw of a dragon doesn't
Yes, that-
exactly.
I'm with my partner here, Istria. I do not believe that standing in front of a black dragon would be quite the wisest thing to do. But
I
I
know.
can see where your divine strength would come in handy at some occasions. Perhaps we employ a strategy of maybe staying a little bit away and then coming
I can always
together
try to get on
at
the
some
back one again.
Oh yes, this is something I don't know if it have any strategic value, but I'd really wanted to do it. How do you guys feel about me grappling hooking the dragon?
So this is why we say Costas has no actual self-preservation.
I'm just suggesting this idea to see if we could make it work somehow. If we can't plan around it, then I won't do it. I'm just saying.
Man, tell you what, if you have an opportunity and you really think it's gonna work and you can pull it off, go for it. I mean, worst thing that happens is we all die, right?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. Cool.
Hey, but that's only
No, hey, if it works, it works. Great. If you think you can pull it off, go for it. I mean, I've seen you pull off some crazy stuff before too. If not, just channel them smites.
To what end exactly are you trying to use a grappling hook? Is this some sort of feat of strength?
I was thinking more that I could like grappling hook myself to its back so like it couldn't really reach me, and then just start like stabbing it. And,
No, it's real.
Costa's trying to be me.
Did you not see what had me clutched in the talons? Did you not see
Right.
that?
Yeah, I'm not pulling that thing out of the sky. I like to think I have high expectations of myself, but I don't.
You'll-
I know I can't do that.
You'll have no way of grappling the creature, and you'll have no way of staying out of harm's way. Once this happens, it happens.
Yeah, on that end, do we have any ideas of how to pin this thing down? 'Cause it is damn big.
well,
What about ballista?
An
We could set
earthbind
ballista.
could pin it down, but that's if it has the protection.
We
sure
had
that-
a ballista.
Are you sure the stones, according Felix, is that right?
What?
the stones, they remove the protection, right? I'm just hearing what you all are saying, so I'm trying to.
That's our working theory. It seemed to work against the last dragon the group fought.
Okay. Well, then Earthbind could work. An Earthbind would ground it. Would that be free to fly? By that, I mean, would that be even a factor? Was the dragon's lair and...
Maybe a compelled duel too, if I could. I have. Oh, wait, what? That's. Oh, it's opening up both pages.
Listen, you all said that you all slay dragons, and so I'm kind of just wondering how you're going to be slaying the dragon, if I'm going to be a part of this, but then doesn't seem like you all have a plan.
I mean,
So are you volunteering again?
Kind of,
I already said that I'm with Istra. I'll help you with this. I mean, maybe perhaps we can divide and conquer. I don't know how that could happen. I don't know my really way around this place, but do you have a map, perhaps, of the area?
Oh yeah, we got maps.
All right.
All right, so guys, where are we heading to first?
Well, what's closer? Well, West Satra, and then the Evrai is right behind it. Unless we want to speak to the Evrai first and then hit the tower.
Well, are we dead set on the trap thing again? We're going to try to bring that in the Nightwing? Because if so, I think we should hit that first.
Okay, let's get moving then.
So you're going to set the trap for the bat is Nightwing.
Right.
And you're going to set that at this western tower.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, commune with the Ivrai to get aid to attack this points towards the south of Cripple Lake.
Well, yeah. And we just have to.
I'm
scout
pretty
that.
good with words, and here, let me. Does anybody have spare paper?
Sheet.
Thank you. Writing.
Ink.
Walks over to the altar flower, sits it down. The rain. Leans over it. Begins to actually copy over the map to a new map. A copy of it. Nice. Forgot. Let's write it out. Takes it up. Folds it up. Right. Listen. What I can do for all of you, and to be as helpful as possible, seems that I might have made a good mess of things after being captured and being now part of this trope, if you will. Perhaps I can prove some more usefulness besides plagued by Dulcimer and causing problems. I was part of the Temerian military, and I've gone on many exploration missions. I'm sort of, perhaps, as a delegate, maybe, someone that can influence. Let me go to the Ivrai, and let me speak to the words, and I will try to persuade them in the direction of that fort. Right? I will come with them, and we will come together, yes? With tact.
Yeah, I think we'd rather do it all together, to be honest.
It doesn't
All right.
sound like the worst idea, considering in the other timeline at least that every were harboring Faye. So
Yeah, more just trying to convince them. You know, we all showed up and, you know, made the convincing case that we're all dragon slayers. And if you just show up and say, hey, by the way, I met this group of weird yahoos out in the woods who they're going to kill the dragon, come help me. They might just throw you out.
Oh, no. I wouldn't just say that you're all yahoos and this... No. Listen. All right, so... I will approach them as a friend. And I might use some fantastical, whimsical words, perhaps. But I'm going to put it quite frank. obviously this dragon needs to go, and they would be willing to help in that endeavor. I don't want to overstep my bounds, though. I'm just merely speaking to do some good, and also perhaps not being the most equipped adventurer with you all lot. This might be a better endeavor for me beyond fighting whatever that was that attacked.
I have a question for the group, which is I mean, it's clear that time is a constraint, but at the same time, we also want to prepare. So how long do we want to spend preparing? Because if we want to spend like a week preparing, we can get all sorts of things set up. But if we want to be gone, like fighting the dragon, like a day or two, that's an entirely different story.
Well, we still don't know Grugash's time scale. He did tell Joe that he was gonna destroy Fort Farron. We don't know what he was doing. The last time we seen him, he captured Soren, so he might be on a plan or have a sort of mission that he's following right now. And we don't know what that means or what that time scale is. I think time is still of the essence, and we should do things in a timely fashion. I think Soren going is a good idea, and if we're worried about introductions, I can literally cast encode thoughts and pull memories or ideas and give it to Soren. They're persistent, they last for 8 hours. He can carry them, and if they don't believe him, if something fails, he can show them these memories. Show them that we slayed Ethrin or something.
That is absolutely smart. You sure you didn't study? Use you. Israel, if we have any endeavor after this, we gotta get this one.
We can talk. We can talk, Soren.
I'm going to send a mental message over to Thea. Hey, I mean, he seems like he's on the level, but the other him was kind of corrupted and on a rampage. What do you think? Do you trust this guy?
I was literally just thinking that. DM, did we ever establish why Grugash captured Soren instead of just killing him?
The only information that you have to go off of is what Nightwing had explained as a bargain. Spare all of your lives. Perhaps all of your lives include Soren.
But how would he know that we're connected to him? That's my question. Yeah. I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw him.
Yeah, all right. Want to see if we can just get him to stick around us then.
Yeah, out loud. I honestly think this would be better done together.
Agreed. Less risk that way. You know, don't want us getting split up and something happening and then we have to go tromping around the woods trying to find whoever gets lost.
Yeah, exactly. And Soren, if you split from us and die a horrible, horrible death alone in the woods, we'll never know. And then there will be no help coming for us.
Well, I am a little bit capable. I have
A little bit.
some spells
But you're
that
just
would.
one person.
I am one person, I suppose.
We are six.
I'm along with you and what you all decide. What Israel backs up as well. I mean, I'm along with you. I'm here. All right. I want to be quiet. You all spared Ophelia. You all were part of that, and obviously a little bit stern in your rules, and I might have a little issue with that, but that is here nor there. I'm here with you, and whatever you decide. So to the Western Tower it is, and to fight the Nightwing.
Well, who knows what'll actually happen, but that's what we're trying for now.
That's what we'll try. All right.
I will say, if we are willing to spend a bit of time waiting, and I could get myself some proper forge, I might be able to make some ballista. And
We don't have a ballista anymore.
no, I'm saying I might be able to make one, or 5.
And we don't have a forge.
Way too long.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need to get a proper forge.
I don't mean to be rude, but as a fae, I would say that cutting down trees around here might not be the best idea.
You know what? Actually, it's
We
probably
don't
right.
mean any harm. No harm.
We're leaving now. Bye.
Yeah, let's
Thank
go.
you so much for your hospitality. You need to walk away from the altar of wow. Is that for?
I'm just now leveling up because I fell asleep.
No, you're good.
Do we
Reroll
reroll
ones and
ones,
twos. Yep, reroll ones and twos for health. We don't want any ones and twos.
Yeah.
There you go. Fantastic.
Yeah, max roll.
Nice.
Yeah. During this entire journey, I am keeping a very, very close eye on Soren.
Okay.
I'd actually be talking to Soren and just talking about what he studied, what type of magic he's most interested in. Just
Well, I'm obviously in School of Abjuration. House Ravin was the house I'm from. Elion, I don't know if you know.
no.
No. Well, there's multiple noble houses. House Ravin, obviously Israel is house and institutions, and there's colleges on the grounds of Elion. A beautiful place. You should honestly check out the gardens of Viola. It's to die for. But here nor there. Well studied. Continues through. I'm not going to go through the direct role play of that because I would say it probably gets lengthy. At the end of the kind of monologue that Soren is doing, and they're just kind of pausing for like confirmation from Istriel, they kind of come back into the conversation, and at the end of it, they then. Do you actually have an extra Istriel? Do you have an extra spell book? Anybody? Spell book, perhaps. I don't have my equipment. I have no. Do you have maybe perhaps pages? I can try to begin to make one this rain. It's a little bit
I do
difficult.
actually have an extra spell book, yes.
You do?
Oh wow.
Istriel. I knew it. Fantastic.
What did I tell you about always preparing?
Always preparing. You are always the back pocket to my pants, Stu. Always.
This
Where?
entire conversation, his entire conversation about Elion, I'm just rolling my eyes.
By
So
Paylor,
hard.
where did you learn this expression?
Yeah, so Sora definitely romanticized Elion, right? So Thea, you're just like, right.
I'm from the outskirts.
Not that great of a place,
Nope.
right? Yeah. And then what did you say, Lucas?
By Paylor, where did you learn this expression?
By Halo, what I look. Well, it's. I mean, it's an expression for perhaps always having things that I don't necessarily bring. I'm a little bit of a klutz. I wouldn't say all the time, but sometimes. I think I don't know. Where did I hear that expression? Perhaps I heard it from your mother. Oh, got you good there.
burn.
Yeah, that's a bird.
Trust me, if you'd met my mother, you would not be joking about her lightly.
Was your mother a serious
Well,
person?
He's telling you the truth.
Oh,
She's
really?
terrifying.
on the other hand, I mean, she did let you willingly go out in public with that ridiculous goatee and handlebar mustache combo you're currently rocking. So,
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
you know,
I was gonna
Sure.
say it looks gorgeous on you, by the way. And if you're ever to find a belt of dwarven kind, perhaps you can get something going.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
oh, your whole get up that you're rocking right now. It's I mean, I didn't really peg you as the more outwardly
Yes.
flamboyant type, but yeah, man, whatever floats your boat.
I thought you were
Ostius
more
is
like
flipping his
subtle.
shield around to use it as a mirror.
Yes, you got it. You've had a goatee all this time, haven't you?
I thought you were a subtle pretty boy, but this is a different expression of that.
It seems like your connection to the Grove did more than just connecting you to others.
That's right.
I'm gonna
Mountain
see
man.
if a I'm gonna. Would this? Could I try lay on hands myself to get rid of this? For 1 point, I'm gonna do 5 points of lay on hands. Let's see if I can fix this.
You're gonna do 5 points of lay on hands to remove it.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like you're hurt.
Nope,
It's just ink.
it's just ink.
Would that work? I mean, either way, I'm gonna try, but does it work?
It does not work.
By
I
the
think
way,
it got taller.
would my Leon hands have gone to maximum when I leveled up, or would it have stayed at the levels before?
Are you saying would your lay on hands increase because?
No, like would the amount I have used, like if I had 45 out of 45 before, I go up to 50, would it be 45 out of 50 or 50 out of 50?
Well, you just spent points, right, to use it on yourself.
Yeah, I know. I'm just checking if I need to change it down to 40 or just keep it where it is right now. Because I've never updated it back to maximum.
Yeah, you need. Well, it should automatically scale. Let me see how it's put into your character sheet.
I usually just kept the max it was at before.
Yeah, it's scaled. It's scaled too. I don't think we went through long rests after the level ups, so you can put it to 50 out of 50, or have it kept the same because you just consumed some of the points.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so
Yeah,
just keep
that's
the same.
fine.
Athala, please help me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Othala, please help him.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation. Clean
Oh,
Costas'
listen,
face,
How do you
and
find out?
we started joking about it. And then I'm gonna let him look at it, see his face all clean, and then I'm gonna cast a stealth check and stealthily recast Prestidigitation and put it back on his face.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
God damn it.
All right,
I pay Lord.
your past precipitous pick it up.
Doesn't.
Oh, there you go. Good as new.
Oh, good, man.
Yes, if I'd shown up at home with that on, like I would have. Like I wouldn't have an ass anymore at the end of the day.
Yeah, I understand.
Really? She's that against facial hair.
I mean, I think
Is
it's
this
more
your
like-
mother or your girlfriend, or is it both?
Ew.
Well, there's a thought.
I was referring to getting spanked with a hammer, but okay.
Is that too far?
Yeah, I was gonna say she still beats you.
I mean,
Wait, your mother beats you?
I don't
Alright.
think so. That's a bit of an exaggeration. It's a bit of an exaggeration. I'll admit that. It was some hyperbole. I'm
Well,
just
I don't
saying.
know. I
I've been
met
in
her. I
serious
could have believed
trouble.
that.
So, what is your standing with nobility here? I'm quite curious.
I'd let her beat me, so.
Oh my god! Can you please?
She would
Sounds like a
punt you
truly
through
lovely
her
person.
pool.
Oh, trust me, Felix. You'd come out with a broken leg or something.
Maybe
I hope
Felix-
so.
I'm just gonna roll an arbitrary dice quickly.
How
What is the dice for?
How uncomfortable is Costas right now?
I feel like you're the one who's gotten yourself into this, Lucas. You gotta get yourself out.
I guess we all know how rough Felix likes it now.
So.
What
mhm.
color is Costas's face?
That's why I have this amulet now.
Costas
I could go down,
is
I can
a
stabilize.
mixture of
That is a great point.
Costas. He's blushing, and at the same time, you can tell he's embarrassed and a bit angry at the same time.
Oh.
You get this.
Oh, you don't want Felix to be your new dad, Costas?
I'm not really a dad kind of guy.
Yeah, it's true.
More a jump out the window at the crack of midnight kind of guy before the husband
More
gets
like
home.
modify their memory, so.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's messed up.
I wasn't here.
Yeah, this is taking a dark turn. Let's hit the road, guys.
No, wait, no, Felix, you're gonna keep talking. I'm not letting you dig yourself out of this hole. This is.
I don't feel like I'm in a hole, but.
Okay, wait a minute. So, you know.
Don't go there, David. Don't go there.
I like how you're making these jokes
But
while
if I
actually
made a
holding a
big-
child.
We can go back to, what's it called?
He's
Athena.
He's making these jokes while holding a baby in his hand.
Dude,
It's
my
not a
kid's gonna be
baby, it's a bag of
hilarious.
That just makes it better.
It's not a baby, it's a bag of holding.
The bag of holding. All right. So as we are beginning our journey to the Western Tower, you are met with a slight rain, with a cloud sky, a slight rumbling of thunder perhaps in the bay, echoing its many miles towards you in terms of sound, but you can't see it. You eventually kind of come across some bits and pieces of trees and bramble, perhaps, that have been destroyed by the dragon previous, but none or see any signs of the dragon or of the bat Nightwing here. You're during the day in your travels, and you're having to move at a quickened pace through some of the muck and the mud that's going to cling to your boots from the rain that probably was a bit heavier. With those that are rangers, as well as perhaps even higher in survival, the time does not work. You were only there for a matter of hours getting your rests, and now coming back outwards, it's been over a day. So when you went in and versus when you came out, and the time that felt like when you were there is completely different. And this now is pulling in the same logic that we had with the marshes when the fog was there and there was that time distortion. Perhaps in the grove there is something similar and in reverse, right? In that context that things are moving faster out here or slower. So it's again unclear. But regardless of that, you're now having to move through a little bit of the muck from the heavy rain that probably overset the prior time or the time that you were in there. You eventually get to a point of travel where you are on the north side of the tower of the northern tower of Mersatra through this hard and rigorous journey, and that is going to be kind of where you're going to reach fatigue levels, and the time of the journey is going to subside. I'm going to fast travel all of this, okay? So we're not going to have... Right, unless you have something specific you would like to do or say, we can go ahead and stop and pause. But I'm really just getting you in the direction of the tower because we are adventuring and fast traveling, and nothing is going to impede you during this time. Maybe perhaps some beady eyes from the Mukluk as you kind of traverse through the exterior of their territory, but they're not going to claim or try to impose any sort of threat. In addition, during this travel, the dragon is not sighted, nor is the Nightwing during the night. The undead and the bodies obviously still linger around some areas. You can see them. The grass is growing now around them, and the shrooms perhaps sprouting in their fruiting bodies from them. So the high face kind of growing in, a little bit of a Last of Us type vibe, perhaps. And we're now going to get in the direction of the tower, and I'm going to converse the time. And it's been about 2 days. It'll be the morning of about 9-ish that you are going to get to the Western Tower. Okay, so before we go to this next sequence, it's a good time to take a break. Since we're kind of at the 2-hour mark, we started a little bit late for Mikey, but just because of how long this might take, and we're going to get into later, we'll take the break now. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so, so that puts us at about 6:20 p.m. PST, and hopefully you join us when we get back. So thank you so much, and bye.
Bye. Nothing, David.
trying to summon another horse underground. I thought that's where you were going with this.
Yeah.
Gaston would not be happy here.
No, yes. Yeah, that's I think it's anyway, so let's get to interrogating this elf and see what we can get out of him.
Yeah, could you go into my character and put down a zone of truth?
Sure. Do you want to put him in the corner, like away from everything else?
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
polite.
Let's set him up against a wall. Like right over here. Move him like right here.
Okay. You just throw down a zone of truth. That's fine.
I'll actually make it so Costas isn't in the zone of truth from the start. And could you move the yeah, like right there.
Whatever works.
Boop, cast spell. There. Then let's wake him up once he's under the truth thing.
Okay, so you're gonna wake him up.
Mhm.
All right, so you begin to step into the truth, and you're kind of moving them awake. They kind of shake with a shimmer. You are aware this creature has succeeded on their saving throw.
So they're not compelled.
Yeah, but I'm listening. So
Oh, well, that helps.
You guys want me to ask the questions, or who wants to?
While Costas is in the circle, though, I'm going to quickly ask him, "Hey, how many stuffed animals do you sleep with at night when you're at home?"
Okay, do I need to roll a saving throw for the zone of truth?
yeah, everybody within it is affected by it.
Okay, charisma saving throw. 20. I'm assuming your DC isn't 20.
My DC is 18.
0.
Was Costas lying?
So whoever enters it and
How's your
rolls
spell
a
save
saving throw.
DC so high?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dirty Joe, you casted it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your spell save DC is 18.
Wait, no, sorry, that was my AC.
No,
My bad.
Your DC, your 14 is the spell save DC.
Oh, yeah, there it is. I brought up my character sheet.
Yeah. Okay.
Felt outmatched.
So
yeah, I
so,
was like, what
so
the hell is...
Costas, as well as the creature, they have succeeded. So Dirty Joe, you know that they have succeeded, and you can communicate that to the rest of your party, right? That they have done that. So it's not that they're obviously they're not compelled now to tell the truth, but you know that they could potentially be lying, which is still useful information, right?
Mm-hmm. Was Costas telling the truth about the 0 stuffed animals? I feel like I know him well enough now.
That's up to you, Costas. Do you have to...
Let's roll some deception.
Up to you. You're gonna roll deception. You realize you have to get like a natural 20, right?
Nope.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's what
fucking know. You sleep with stuffed animals, Costas.
Costas kind of stutters and moves from left to right in a shimmering fashion. Swing the hands up. Very clear that Costas.
I'm gonna mental link with Joe. Yeah, that's about 5.
5 stuffed it.
1 is probably named like Sebastian or something.
Or Mr. Fluffums.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fluff.
Oh no.
Ah,
Thing on Discord.
I don't think you need to have the stream up because it sounded like Mikey's able to get on the tablet. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, no, I just can't move around on larger
Yeah.
maps.
yeah, I think we're okay right now. You don't need to stream it. On
Yeah,
this
right now it's fine.
Mhm. Got it. Okay.
Creature looks from left to right. What do you all fucking want?
Information.
Information about what?
You don't like your boss, do you?
Who's my boss?
A fucking hag. I mean, A hag for boss must be fucking.
My boss is not a
stuck.
hag.
Okay, and who is your boss?
My boss is a princess. Princess Trillia.
Oh wow, yes, a princess. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Mm. Probably pretty commanding, eh?
I don't know what you mean by that statement.
Never satisfied with your work. Man, I bet you don't even have a union.
I serve my princess willingly and loyally,
Do you? I mean, they
and I will
have
be put to
micro
death
magic.
before
You
I
do that.
spill any secrets and divulge of the wooden castle.
I flash the look quickly.
Can be arranged. Yeah, Costas, I don't think this guy's a working stiff. That line isn't gonna work.
We
I
have a
got it.
psychic connection. You could just tell me what you want me to do.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna say, is that true? Is he that loyal?
Does this guy seem that fanatically loyal?
Roll insight. Seems that they are telling the truth. That Lady Trillia is a princess. In their eye, they're referring to them as a great beauty, and that they are from, indeed, a castle.
I think we need a different approach.
I still have the rod if we want to completely maybe control him.
Yeah, yeah, seems about right.
So
We
everything.
tried all the other options.
We trade your option.
We tried the other option. We answered the
I've tried no option.
Yeah, we tried all other options. What the fuck?
Yes, like
Zone of truth. I succeeded. Blah blah blah. That options. Nuke the bitch. Bye.
Well, we tried.
I tried. No, don't ever ever be in a game with Lucas being a DM. I swear, all other options are exhausted. You did. No. All right. You have you have a rod of rulership. Is this something that
Before you do
someone's
that,
using?
Can I try something?
What's that?
Before you do that, can I try something?
What's
Yeah,
that?
I was just throwing the idea out.
All right, so this guy is like devoted to Lady Trillia based on what I can glean.
Devoted to Princess Trillia.
Princess Trillia.
Correct.
You would do anything for Princess Trillia?
I would, by my oath.
You would do anything to protect her?
I will not be persuaded by the evil of the likes of you. Abomination.
Why is he calling me abomination?
Guy, have you looked in a mirror? You don't get to call me an abomination.
What if Princess Trillia is being used? Would you stop that from happening?
Says nothing.
Is there any change in the body language to indicate that he's deliberately ignoring me?
Indeed, deliberately annoying you. And ignoring you.
All right, Alvala, you're up.
Well, hang on. What if Princess Trillia was in grave danger soon, and your efforts here in dealing with us could spare her?
I mean, we have it on good authority that the big black dragon kind of crazy and would do anything. And if you're not, living up to your end of the bargain, your princess as your leader could probably be the one that's on the line.
And if we happen to have an issue with her later, we can promise not to hurt her, and we'll put in a good word with you for her.
And
You
once the Black
rotten,
Dragon is gone,
disgusting, and vile undead. My princess will send more, and you all will be smited and removed and destroyed.
Wait a minute, did he just call us undead? Does he believe that we are undead? I would like to inside check that, or just some kind of check to
Yeah.
figure out if he actually believes us to be
Is
undead.
that what he said?
Your words will have nothing on me. You'll put me to
Yeah.
death before I
I'd like
spill
to try to
your
tell if he's
secrets.
under some kind of magic spell.
Make an insight roll. First off, if you're thinking that they're interpreting you as undead, and then the second thing is if they're under a spell, it's a completely different thing.
Well, either of them, but okay, yeah.
Start off with an insight check, and then natural one.
So do I still do the spell? Or
You can make an Arcana check to see if they're under the influence of a spell. I think on both occasions you have a fail there. So the insight check, it's become clear to you that they do perceive you as undead. They simply have stated as such. I don't need a roll for that, but I wanted fun just for the sake of making myself chuckle a little bit inside. The Arcana check. I don't mean to be ridiculous. I just think it's funny. You're like, do they really think that we're undead? Like, he literally said it. And then
that's the thing. Like, you're saying undead is like a way of dehumanizing us, so he feels better like enslaving us, or more undead in the way of like he actually thinks we're literal undead.
okay, I will say that they literally think you as undead.
Like, you know how
Now-
some people call.
Now, I don't need a natural one. Again, I can give you your passive off that. Arcana with an 11. I will state that the character itself does not appear to be under the influence of anything. Who else? Anything?
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask him. Hey,
Okay.
do you see the flesh falling off of our bones? Are our bones exposed like weird black lights in our eyes? We're normal people. Why do you think we're undead?
There's nothing normal about you, disgusting lot.
Care
Shadows
to explain?
ripped, emerged in rotten flesh.
I'm gonna smite a
You
wall.
have
to show I-
tortured the
yeah.
fae of this land, and you have desecrated the woods.
Is today opposite day? That's what you
Yeah.
were doing.
Do I even? There's something up with him. He's not. He's under something.
Yeah.
Now I feel bad for killing them.
He's still restrained though, so
Make a charisma save.
I don't mind. I'll
Choose to fail it.
yeah, I'll choose to fail.
But I'm not gonna ask you any questions.
I'll choose to fail. And then I'll place my hand on his shoulder and cast Identify.
Okay. Do you place your hand on the shoulder and then cast Identify? Are you ritualized casting or casting it outright?
I'm gonna cast it outright. Oh, actually, I can't. I'll have to ritual cast it. I don't have it prepared. Sorry.
Oh, you don't have it.
Yeah, I don't have it prepared, so I'll have to ritual cast it.
Okay, so you're going to have to ritualize cast. You're taking 10 minutes or so getting the preparations. Person restrained just looks towards you. What are you doing?
You want proof that we're not undead? Can
I
undead
just-
do this? And I smite the wall. That's what I'm doing.
I continue.
Your shadow magic. Disgusting and vile. Clearly a gift from some abomination, wherever you come from.
You're just gonna
Hey, where are you from exactly? Aside from the fort.
I'm from the Redwoods. Beautiful and immaculate. And you have destroyed it and turned it to bog and a marsh filled with all manners of disgusting creatures.
But you might be confused. Well, you're definitely confused.
Does he
I
does he
think-
truly believe what he's saying?
Yes.
I think we should go
No.
straight to the leader. I'd like to handle as few
Ye-
of the soldiers as possible.
Yeah, no, hold on. No, we're waiting for Othala because this guy believes every single word that is coming out of his mouth.
Well, he is serving a hag. Let's just give something a try then. Just try dispel magic on him.
Okay, so you're not waiting for the identification to go off. You're
Just
just
Kind of
walking
trying to
over.
put two and two together. He's serving a hag, calling her a princess, calling us undead.
Okay, go ahead and make a check here for me. I need you to, I think, intelligence, please.
Yep.
Okay. So with a natural 20, it seems you've dispelled the magic. They begin to move the eyes from left to right. Where am I? What is happening? What's going on?
Everything is
Oh.
fine. You're safe.
Where are all of you? Where I was. This isn't the place. Where's the
You're with the
undead?
Evrai.
Why am I bound?
We'll handle that in a second.
I am Ivrai.
Great. That makes it a lot easier. You were captured
Remember this place.
and put under a spell.
Captured by who?
The hag.
Sees the Ivrai just looking and patiently waiting. The hag. Hag. Lady Trillia.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still going through with the identification?
Oh no, I dropped it. I once I saw everything
Okay.
fail, I was just
Looking back at the other Ivrai, what is their reaction to this guy saying he is Ivrai?
They're beginning to shuffle themselves, looking in a line and just staring amongst themselves, not surprised, but also not willing to accept them to live.
What's the last thing you remember?
I don't. I don't. I don't remember. Everything's confusing. There's many parts that are blended together.
Say the first thought that comes to your mind.
Remember the humble rose.
The humble rose? Did I hear that right?
A rose bush I used to frequent on the west side of Ivrai Lake. Or it was something else, but also not.
What happened to the rose bush?
No. It's just a
Think.
memory that I have.
What happened? You went to the rose bush. Why did you stop going to the rose bush?
I don't know.
What's her name?
Name. I don't know that either. Will you help me?
That's what we're trying to do. You say you're Evrai, but you can't remember anything. How do you know that you're Evrai?
Well, this is generally how the School of Enchantment works.
Has his appearance gone back to his previous appearance? Or is he still kind of like a pallet elf?
Still a pallid elf, like a pallid elf, yeah, their appearance.
Did the Evrai that are kind of standing looking on?
They're beginning
So
to
you
whisper
knew-
to each other.
Can I understand them?
Yeah, you can overhear it. Not trying to be secretive, they're just talking with themselves.
Yeah, what are they saying?
They're saying that this individual must be before their time, and their mind has succumbed. Forces.
Hmm. So this is
there a
something
way to
you
fix
knew
it?
was happening?
You're saying that to third?
Yep.
Turns and looks. We have come across a number of Fae that have had a similar result. Their minds have been plagued with illusions and enchantments. The memories are blended together. They're unclear what is and what is not. It plays on what they know, and they turn it what could be. The individual very well might have been in some castle, under some service to a princess, in the very home that they've always known. They might have even called Ivrai. Hell, he might have even been Ivrai. Or Fey Athixian. This is what Orsivis does.
Didn't think it was important enough to mention before.
Why would I need to mention that? You're the one questioning them, and you decided to remove this illusion enchantment plagued upon their mind. Clearly something that is beyond our capacity. We have no capacity to remove that kind of magic.
Well, knowing that these people think that they're doing good works.
Look, I'm not going to debate morality to you.
I'm not talking about morals. I'm talking about helping us sneak into their fucking fortress.
No, but you are, because now you're saying, do we kill him or not?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Then why are we talking
what
about this?
I'm saying these people believe wholeheartedly that they are doing good work. That is information I can use while trying to infiltrate their facility.
So you're saying because they're under some illusion enchantment to put to the task of this good work, that you can use that to infiltrate through their base?
Potentially, yeah. It's information. Information only helps. It's information that we just discovered now.
Information piques curiosity. Curiosity gets you killed.
Eh.
These people are better be put to death. This death is a far better fate than what they've been put to.
I have an idea. These people are under illusions. It's clear that their mind, their perception of reality has been altered. Those kind of people can't. Are they easy to sneak by? I mean, you're rangers. I'm assuming you've tried to sneak by them or infiltrate them, disguise as one of their own at some point. Has it worked?
We've never attempted to infiltrate their base. The fool's errand.
Yeah,
They
you
are
pretended
as
to be
skilled
them.
as us or more. Their talents are far greater, imbued with shadow, other magic. I've never seen one as invulnerable as this. Perhaps it has something to do with the fall of Satoric Tower.
Have you ever tried to disguise yourself as one of them?
There is too few of us to do something as foolhardy as that.
Istriel, when you dispelled this curse from him, what's well, first of all, can you do that on multiple people at once? Second of all, how close do you have to be?
Not on multiple people at once. Don't have to be too close. It's a simple matter of dispelling the enchantment on them. I'm quite sure Othala could do it as well, and so could Soren.
Yes, I could, but I mean, we have to think about as well as the strength of the cast. I mean,
Right.
there's a number of them. This is just wasting our abilities.
Did you?
I don't want to kill anyone that doesn't need to be killed. I mean, that's not something I want to do, but I mean, I don't know how many there are. There could be a number of them. From what I've seen when I was transferred, there was many.
Well, we'll keep that in our toolkit. It's at least we know there's an easy way of at least taking them out of the fight temporarily or otherwise. They seem to think that everything else around them is undead. Perhaps we could somehow sneak them a message about an undead swarm that's heading in some particular direction. Get a bunch of them outside the fort. March off somewhere else while we deal with the things inside.
A fine suggestion. We could simply just coerce them into the enchantment of the illusion they already know. Might be enough.
Especially since they all have entirely different perceptions of reality. You said yourself, they work on what we know. I mean,
But if they see us as such, then we will have no good in find a
I'm just
way
saying if
to
we could
making our.
just.
Sorry, I mean I don't mean to interrupt.
Sorry, I'm interrupting as well. We're kind of talking over each other. It's,
No, I mean you go ahead.
they all have entirely different perceptions of reality, and if we could somehow disguise our appearance, we could probably bullshit whatever we want to say and get away with it. That's.
No, I don't think a
I mean, think
disguise is
about it.
gonna work. They
No,
see everything not undead as undead.
So that was my point. We don't know what it is that's changing the friend to foe, right? So we don't know exactly what it is the magic has done. I mean, if this one was still under the illusions or enchantments, we might have been able to test and run through things. These are innocent people.
Possibly.
Well, they are. I mean, plagued by magic of the mind. You see the strain that Istriel put on just to dispel the damn thing.
It was difficult.
Istriel, by the way, were you treating it when you're dispelling it? Were you treating it as a curse or magic?
It was magic. There are other ways to dispel curses. This was not it.
Well, if we see an opportunity to use any of that information, it's definitely good to have. I don't know that we'll have the opportunity to. Unfortunately, we're probably just going to end up having to kill a lot of them.
Well, I think going to kill is possibly final option. We should try to avoid that as much as possible.
Agreed.
The diversion that I'm trying to suggest is more like divert and leave, retreat, don't engage, try to lead a large force away from the fort if you can. Because if worst case scenario, trying to knock out a few of them, the rod that I'm giving, I know I've been pushing this a few times already, but the rod allows me to manipulate any amount of creatures that are around me in 100-foot radius. So any if there's around us, that would be a last case scenario to try to minimize that. But I think we should avoid that at all costs. Our fight is
Oh,
truly
what item do you have there?
um a rod of worship.
But it is a charm. Is what the rod.
Yeah.
If this is anything resembling of a charm, perhaps the rod would have no use. I mean, if they are already under an effect of a charm-like spell, then you're simply duplicating and hoping you can surpass that. The rod might not be powerful enough.
Yeah, it might not be powerful enough. It's something to dwindle numbers rather than kill people that we might not want to kill later on.
It's a possible solution for sure.
I know these are elves we're dealing with, and they're gonna be very resistant to the charm magic, and charm on top of charm is gonna probably nullify it. So it's just grasping at straws. I would just rather not kill a slave army if I could avoid it.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm with you with the whole trying to lead about thing. Whether it's talking about an undead band somewhere they got to take care of, or telling them to retreat somewhere else, that's all fine and dandy. Just see if we can't clear that fort out.
Yeah.
Furthermore, yeah, I'm gonna say this personally. I'm not killing any of them now. If I can stand it, I don't care what you're doing. If I can, I am not killing that one of these unless it's absolutely necessary. You can kill them. I mean, I realize we may not be able to do this. We might not be able to pick and choose, but just figured I should state it.
And your
Good to
only
know.
hope might be defeating the source of the magic, source of the power.
That's the idea.
Do you
We
think
take out the
there's-
hag.
Yeah, the heck.
With pleasure. So about this diversion, what are we just going to write them a letter?
Well, I was under the impression that we would wait on the west side, and then these fine elves here would provide the distraction on the southeast side, and we could make our way in.
We can do it from the southeast. I can make no guarantees our arrows won't kill them.
Well, if these people are all under the illusion that you're undead, and they are seeking to be loyal and take out the undead, should serve as sufficient enough distraction.
It should. We will do what we can. Again, 2 days' time. You're more than welcome to stay here and bed down for the day, but I imagine you will have other things to attend to beyond.
That we do. Appreciate the
sitting.
offer, though.
You're welcome. What do you want us to do with this one? Or are you taking this one with yourselves?
Can you shoot
Good
it?
question.
Can you shoot a bow? What's that?
I don't think he's in any fit condition to fight right now.
I wouldn't trust it anyway. Who knows if getting back within a radius of Lady Trillia will make the enchantment come back.
That's a fair point. Do you have a supply closet you can lock?
Does it look like I have a fucking supply closet to lock?
Ugh.
Walks by you. Just kidding. Pushes a stone door.
Great. Put him in there with like 5 days of food. Actually, you know what? Just be safe. Like enough food that he won't starve while you're gone.
So we're babysitting.
Well, you don't have to be. Just lock him in there while you're gone with enough food and water. They won't die.
And hope that they don't escape. And then tell after they befall some illusion enchantment. And then they return and find out where we're hiding.
Do you want to tie him to a wall too? Is this? I
Roll
mean, we're not
persuasion.
killing him. We're
Roll
not killing him, and you need to move
roll
quickly.
Persuasion.
Is my
Why
emissary
not?
piece still on?
Why not?
Okay.
You have not gotten to use it, so might as well get the roll out.
Yes, please. That's
Can we just
Almost.
take like a humble moment and realize that Costas has rolled literally 3 nat 20s in a row, right? No, we had the charisma saving throw, so not 3 nat 20s in a row. Plus another, I think there's another roll between. Are you serious right now? How many nat 20s are you rolling? Make another persuasion. I'm
Wow.
curious. Make another just check in general. Let's see if you rolled another 20.
I'm gonna do another persuasion check.
Just click it. Okay, well, it's so extremely high. So in nat 20, he looks towards you, grabs you on the shoulder. There's something about you in that beard of yours. Just, I don't know. Okay,
Wait, beard?
we'll keep him inside of our hide room. Come on, begins to grab 2 of the rangers to begin to move, questioning, where am I going? Begin to shovel in with other sacks of food. 2 of the rangers above perhaps have other additional supplies and things. They turn around and shut that door. Food left inside.
Maybe leave him a letter so that way he doesn't get confused if he
No.
forgets what happened.
We're not doing that.
Okay.
Paladins.
What'd you just say?
Nothing. I didn't say shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Begin to talk, coercing amongst themselves, perhaps a plan of attack from the southeast direction. Leaving you all to do whatever it is you wish to do.
Let's go handle
Nick
nothing.
looked at himself using a shield.
When he goes to look up, she'll cast prestidigitation to overlay like a clean face when he looks.
Okay, so this is you grab the shield and you look, nothing. Clean, exactly how it was before.
Fucking Ifri are messing with me. Hate the fuckers. He says that mentally. He doesn't say that physically.
Did he say
What's
it
it-
mentally across the mental link?
What's your intelligence score?
Well, actually,
What's your intelligence at?
14.
I don't know if your character would believe that the Ivrai would have that information to know that you.
Okay, but the thing
had
is,
her
like,
head on her.
okay, so what would should I roll an intelligence score to see if they're messing
You're
with
fine.
me?
Yeah, it's your call. Your prerogative. I'm just letting
I'm
you know.
gonna
that
roll an
you're-
intelligence roll to see how he reacts to this because
Okay.
I have no idea at this point.
All right. If you roll another 20, I mean, let's see it.
And oh, it's just flat intelligence. I should do flat.
Mhm. Intelligence check.
Yeah, ability check. 15. Man, even if it's not on that 20, my rolls are on fire.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you how you want to play this out. I just don't think your character with your intelligence score would be like, oh, Ivrai playing tricks on me. I mean, they would have
Yeah,
no
I know.
recollection that you would have a beard. prior
Yeah,
to this.
he's just gonna give Felix the fucking stink eye.
I'm not there.
Yeah, Felix
Yeah,
is upstairs.
Felix isn't
Oh,
here.
fuck.
Felix is upstairs. Yeah.
Oh damn it! I can't blame Felix like I always do.
So I guess in that point,
you don't
you
blame-
probably would say, "Hey, that they're just messing with me because Felix isn't here."
Yeah, it's the thing. Like Felix isn't here either, so it's like, fuck. What
Either they're all in on it, or somehow Felix is invisible.
Giant conspiracy.
fucking
Yeah.
what Paylor? What by Paylor? What's going on? It's like I have a fucking invisible beard. This is
All a conspiracy.
Now, don't worry, guys. I know he's young. He can actually grow a few wisps down there. I seen him.
thing is that I don't think that Costas would ever believe they're all in on it. That's the thing. Like I don't think he'd go to that level. I mean, he'd think like 3 or 4 of them are in on it, but like all of them, he would never believe that. So
Okay, so we are all beginning to package ourselves up, heading to the top of the lake house.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
You then climb out of the safe house into the cellar and then back into the lake house. You can see the 2 rangers still posted up in their watch, watching you all come up. Felix still keeping themselves perhaps in the dock or in the lake house, keeping watch, right? You then begin to converge together, seeing Felix that the individual that they brought down for questioning has not reemerged. So they've left him down there. And they are intent with purpose, perhaps.
Go get it back.
Yeah. Did any of us take the longbow, the short sword, or the studded leather?
No.
Okay.
I'm assuming it wasn't better than mine.
No, it's just plain old studded leather.
you know what? If you guys
Chuck it in the bag.
No, I was gonna say if we weren't gonna take it, I was gonna leave it for the Ivrai.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's better.
I don't know.
Like,
If you guys have
while they were down
truly
there,
no
taking
need
a short
for
rest.
bow
Oh my
arrows,
God, Lucas, stop!
So, sorry, David, what are you saying?
I have taken a short rest while they were down there.
You could have, yes. Yeah, we'll run into an hour for sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll toss that stuff to the Ivrai.
Okay. Just handing them back the stuff. Some of them,
Yeah.
anyways. Okay. That's fine. Anybody else doing anything in particular?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Any final words before you head back to Orsatra?
See you in 2 days.
Okay.
I will give them the mastiff before we leave.
Okay. Conjure the Mastiff and provide the steed. Felix, you're just tacking on after your short rest, and the party begins to head in the direction of Orsatra. So we're going to go ahead and end it. As
All
they were
right,
feeling.
Wayward Ones.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
We got some stuff done today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we
I
did.
mean, yeah, we got some stuff done.
Now, if only I could get those nat 20s on my smites.
If only.
I'm going to calculate some experience points for y'all.
I'm just trying to imagine how long Costas is gonna go with that.
Please,
As long as we
forever.
can keep it going.
Please, forever.
Doesn't prestidigitation need to be like reapplied? Like it only lasts an hour or something?
I have to be 10 feet behind you. And you are clanking around in plate armor. I don't know.
Luckily for you, there's 2 wizards here to make sure it sticks.
My fucking god, if I fight the dragon like that, I'm gonna be pissed.
I want you to fight the dragon like that. It might scare the dragon. You don't know.
I'm just imagining, like, he doesn't realize that he fights the dragon like that. We go talk to the king, and the king's like, "You guys slayed the dragon." Then Othello just like offers up the memory to the king, and then it's just like an image, of just like
Yep.
Costas just fucking hammering the dragon with like
No,
the
the
drum.
dragon just has disadvantage on every attack roll because he's so distracted by your obviously fake beard and mustache.
I'm so surprised you guys didn't draw like devil horns or something.
Nah.
Nah.
Felix is
Did you-
kind.
Beard, mustache, acne scars. It's perfect.
And booger.
And a
Oh
And a
booger.
man, I feel like the acne scars would be the part that's worse for Costas.
Oh, is he having flashbacks?
He's just like, oh, my teenage years.
Right,
His
so you
height.
have 1,350 experience each, but you had 65,510 experience total.
Wait.
All right. Any question or anything before I close out the stream?
No.
No? Okay. If you're joining us, thanks so much. We really appreciate it for the Wayward ones. Hopefully you join us next week on Saturdays at 4 for perhaps Warsatra and then maybe Lady we're going to find out. And eventually we're going to get to this dragon fight. So stay tuned and we'll see you then. So bye. Have a good week.
Wait.
Thanks.
We are very lost.